Right. Hello. Hey guys. Owain, Shin, welcome. Hi, Lavender Angel. Hope you're all going well. Hope you're having a nice evening. Hey, Moo. Welcome. How's it going? Yeah. Just a random stream. Really trying to make it more of a habit of it when I have free time. So I'm going to do a bit more of what I was doing at the tail end of my last stream. Finishing off the last few sketches of this batch of Expanse related character sketches. So I've just got these ones remaining left. Last time I managed to get back into the groove of these things after a couple of months and did these four. So yeah, I'll blitz through these ones. They shouldn't take me too long to do, and then I'll start talking about some other stuff that I'll start doing in the same sort of vein. Yeah. Anyways, is my audio alright? Music not too loud or anything? I will get started. Batch 1, batch 2, mode 5. Alright, so sounds good. Music might be a bit loud. Okay, cool. Thank you. I think it is a bit louder than I normally have it. There we go. Alright, cool. Thank you. So I'm going to be going backwards. I'm going to be starting on this side and then working my way up to the front. And then that should be the... Oh, actually, I wonder if I'll even have enough space here. Oh, I'll work it out as I get to it. But after I've done this, it'll be the last of this whole batch of characters. So let me just double check. 18. Well, should be around 100 characters, maybe. So, yeah. Where are my sunglasses? Where are my sunglasses? I should put some sunglasses on. That's a bit of fussing around. Anyways, hey, B-Man. Yeah, well, actually, yeah, so... From 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 89, 96, 97, 98. Okay, so just shy of 100 characters. I could probably find two more that I've done and fit them in here, but for this first batch of characters, it's these are all the ones that exist in or interact with present day period of Expanse. So these guys all coexist in the same time period as Sonic and Co. But after this, I plan to do a second batch of characters. So I've gone through and gathered more references of all the designs I've done in the past decade or so. And this is the last of them that I've got, unless there's some that I've forgotten about. But this is going to be for a second batch of character sketches. So this side here on the left, these ones are all designs pertaining to characters that appear during past eras. So, so you got from 20 years ago, 50 years ago, 60 years ago, as far back as 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 years ago, up until, the dawn of time. So they're ones that are, past related designs. And then on the right here, these ones are all ones that I've got that are alternate dimension, alternate timeline related character designs. So this is also around 100 designs to do. So once I've got all these done, that's pretty much everything I've posted publicly, revisited in some way. So yeah, that'll be really cool to see when it's all done. But then after I finally sort of revisited everything and then you know, brought them all up to current standard, they're all updated and everything like that, I'm gonna start doing designs for characters that I've had in mind for a long time but still haven't gotten around to actually properly designing yet. So yeah, I'll get to that eventually after all this. Because when I was gathering all these, I was going through my 80-page timeline document just to sort of get an idea of everything that I've got to consider sketching. But as I was doing it, I was realizing that a lot of the designs that a lot of the names and characters that I've got mentioned in the timeline are ones I haven't even, you know, designed at all. So yeah, there's a lot I've got to do. But for now, I will just focus on the stuff that I've already got to finish, which is these last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13 or so characters. If I could fit them in this little spot here, I might make another line maybe, but yeah, I'll get started on that. Let's see here. So much coloring in the future, I see. Yeah, well actually, that's something I was doing just to pass the time before the stream started. I'm going through and starting to block off some color for the sketches, so I'll leave them as white for now, but they're prepared for when I want to start laying down some colors for them really easily. So I might do a bit more of that later on, just to, in between time, so I don't burn myself out, but I want to do all that at least for just basic black and white sketch presentation. Yeah. Hello, Lavender Angel. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Make backups? Yeah, that's a good idea, actually. Yeah, I should do that. Yeah, I've got I have a really bad habit of, like, especially when I'm like drawing something from the start, I have a tendency to not save like anything at all, like after a couple of hours of work on something. So when it comes to backups and stuff, I really should. Tell Moo to stream too. Moo, you should stream as well. Right, so it's working backwards, so I'm going to... One day. Good, you better. No saving, yeah. Yeah, I probably actually... I used to have a thing where like it either auto-saved for me or it prompted me to save, but I think I turned it off because it got kind of annoying. Because like when I'm drawing, like time passes by so quickly, so even though it's like half an hour or something, it doesn't feel like that much time's passed for me since the last time, so it feels more annoying than it actually is to get the reminders. So like, you know, even though it's been like an hour, it feels like it's been like 20 minutes since it was last prompting me, so I was like, I don't really want this. Sizes. Now, this character that I'm doing is actually this trio of characters. They're pretty interesting. I've had a lot of fun putting these ones together. They're a trio of characters that are kind of like spies from another country. So, in the modern Sonic games, they often, they take place in locations like the United Federation, the Mobian Islands, like the classic locations, and other places like, say, Monopole from Sonic Riders. These three are from the modern day of the Grand Kingdom. So the Grand Kingdom is the central location of Sonic and the Black Knight. But in Expanse, I treat the storybook locations, or storybook settings, as actually historical points in time. So the locations that appear in those games, stories, are actually part of history, and as such, there's a present-day version of those. So, Grand Kingdom's obviously the XP for, the Arthurian period of Great Britain. So, the Grand Kingdom in this setting is the Sonic analog of, the United Kingdom, Britain, all that. So these three come from there, and they play a significant part in the present-day Expanse stories. Hey Ultra, welcome. Hope you're having a nice evening. These three have a bit of a funny creative history because they come from just random ideas, and then they were later brought together as a group. So they all came out as separate design exercises that I had. This one in particular was based on a design that I was given by someone a while back. And I basically refurbished them. Second. MI6 animals. Yeah, pretty much, actually. Yeah. So they have that sort of similar sort of role. They've been planted within the locations where Sonic and Co frequent. So this lady in particular, Cable, she's a Catfish. She's someone that operates in Monopole. So that's where the Sonic Riders games take place, the big futuristic city. In Expanse, I've established Monopole as an advanced Mobian society. So even though most Mobians, they live on the Mobian Isles, which are more, you got tribes and villages and stuff like that. Like in the, they live on their little islands. Monopole is a larger continent where a large majority of Mobians live and, basically thrive and prosper greatly compared to humans from the United Federation. So she operates there, whereas Tanica, this one here, she operates in the United Federation, and this one operates on the Mobian Isles. So they focus on the three distinct locations that have particular importance. I've got it. My brush is too big. Oh, yeah, right. Anyway, so these three in particular, they're also used to expand a bit more on. Uh, this is spoken about a few months ago when I was doing these sketches, but the Expanse alternate timeline version of Antoine, who still exists within the Delmont region of the Grand Kingdom. In this timeline, he's more serious and refined because of the alternate history circumstance of no war raged by Robotnik happening in this timeline. So he's gone on to complete his training and he's become a instructor of sorts, and he's one who trains these three in particular. And he's a neat character. Again, all of these ideas came about separately, and I just sort of combined them over time. So it's always fun when that just naturally happens. Hey, question, if it's okay, if you don't want to answer. What kind of device do you use for these drawings? Okay, so, at the moment I'm using a Cintiq. So, one of the Wacom models. Mine's a 16-inch, I believe it is. I've had it for a couple of years now. It's my first screen display tablet that I've worked with. Before that, I've been working with a really dated model for like a good decade or so, but I've had this for about a year and a half, 2 years now. Yeah, so, yeah, a Cintiq. And as for program, I'm using Clip Studio Paint. Yeah, I would have gone bigger, but I really don't have the desk space for it. Because, yeah, it's... I mean, the 16 is, like, plenty huge as is, even though it's the smallest one I've got, but, yeah, like, if I had one of the 23 inches one here, it would, like, cover up most of my desk. I would not be able to see my second display. I mean, one day, maybe, if I get a bigger desk, but... Did I use the right size? I don't think I did. Thank you so much for answering. No, you're welcome. Always happy to answer any questions. Out. Let's double check that one. So a little bit taller than not really updated designs as much as I thought I would. Like usually, well, actually, now that I think about it, I haven't really updated designs of many of the sketches that I've done. Usually, when I try to draw something that I've done in the past, I sort of tweak the designs as I go along, but kind of just leaving it as is for this one, or for a lot of them. It's not too bad, I don't think. Fins a bit bigger actually. Making her a catfish was actually initially a mistake, because the original design that I had to work with was Rafa Knight. They made a I guess a test video of sorts, you know, just showcasing how they would go like animating like a short little 3D animation. I think the video is long gone now, but it was like a SatAM inspired video. So it was like there was this reporter on the screen that was talking about you know, all the chaos that Robotnik was inciting and all that. So this character is based on that particular reporter, but on the actual video itself, the design was very vague, so I could barely make out any like facial details, just the basic shape as well as the color scheme. So I created a character based on that with permission, but then I found out afterwards that the character was supposed to be a cat, because I didn't give it a nose because with the very blurry footage, you know, I couldn't make out one, so I made it into a catfish when originally it was supposed to be like just a cat. But I ended up just rolling with it. So yeah. That's the thing as well. The character, when she's undercover, she actually does play the role of a reporter, similar to the original incarnation. And she's like a reporter in Monopole. What other details are there? Center. Okay, I think that looks alright. Just checking the scale off of previous characters. I think she might be too big still. Bigger than me. Yeah, I think that's alright. I don't know why my brush looks so light this time, though. Oh well. Oh well. Do I draw for a living? No. I mean, I do take the occasional commission here and there, but mostly I just work and I draw for fun. Yeah, I made a decision, I haven't, I never decided to go on to do further studies for art or anything. Yeah, I kind of got a little bit disillusioned when I was younger, because, I don't know, because I kind of felt like that if I were to try to pursue art as like a profession, I would probably grow to hate it. So I kind of just reasoned to, for work, just do something that I'm not super interested in. And that way I can, you know, focus on art as like a thing that I can be passionate about on the side. I think that looks alright. I might go back and gussy this one up a bit later on, because I feel like the lines are very light in comparison. Maybe I used the wrong size brush, but yeah, that's fine for now. One out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1 out of 13 characters done. Next one. Now I want to. Actually, I might tweak this one a little bit because I have gone a little bit of a different direction with what I had in mind for this character since I originally did this design. So she's well, I might just make her lean towards just being a hedgehog, because originally when I designed this character, I designed this character a long time ago, like 2011. Originally she was just a hedgehog, but I shifted her into a Tenrec just to give her a bit more originality, but I might, well, probably just lean into maybe a bit more of a combination type thing. She is the leader of this group. So the group itself, they're called the Body. So that's their code name, and each of them. So you got Cable, Catfish, Tanica the Tenrec, and Sienna de Bruyn she goes by, and they have different code names: hands, feet, and heads. So she operates mostly with punching. So she's a strength type character. Tanica's got augments that make her into a speedster type, so she's trained to be able to sort of combat speedsters like Sonic and Shadow. Probably not, she wouldn't be as fast to that degree, but would have the know-how and abilities to sort of suppress if needed. And then Heads, she's the intelligence of the group. There's actually a thing, I have her prominently at odds with Tails, so the Heads and Tails thing, she's there. They have a that sort of theme to them. I'll talk a bit more about her when I get to her sketching her, but yeah. But yeah, Tanica, she's someone that's always been really interesting to me. Like I created her long before I started doing Expanse related things. It was more of a design I did for fun way back then, and then I redesigned her to suit the timeline where Proj exists. But then I've since ported her over into the main timeline as well. What am I doing here? So she's probably something like I don't know. I'm still on the fence because I kind of want to keep her a Tenrec, but I have her connected to the Ogilvy family line. So the Ogilvy family line, they descend from the historical Sir Lancelot, and I have her as a direct as well, an off-branch descendant of Lancelot. But I might do like a family tree sort of thing at some point. Something like that. Yeah, so let's go. Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, it's genius. Thank you. Yeah, so she directly serves this guy, Scion. He's the current modern day heir of the Arthurian family. Actually, yeah, so they're somewhat connected. Oh, actually, I just realized an idea that I forgot about. Actually, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna keep her the Tenrec. That's yeah, with me. Just have to look up a reference for something. Yeah, because I think I decided at some point along the line, like retroactively, um, that she might be the ancestor of Gold the Tenrec. I just realized when I drew the circle here that it kind of reminded me of Gold. So, yeah, I might do that. She's the present day ancestor of Gold the Tenrec. Back when I designed this, there wasn't really a canon sort of look for what Tenrecs is supposed to look like. So I just sort of back then people considered that Shadow was Tenrec coded. So at the time, I sort of used Shadow as traits as a means to sort of distinguish. So I focused on the sharper quills, sharper ears, and sharper tail. But now with Gold and some other Tenrec characters that appeared in first Super Genesis Wave Archie, they had more rounded features. Yeah, I might incorporate some of those. Yeah, with as per Expanse, a lot of the things are like lots of different connections here and there where probably shouldn't be, but I like cramming things together. Oh, that's a gobble. Now that I think about it, like I can cook up a lot of fun ideas for that. I'm using now. Anyways, the original design that I created for... Actually, I wonder if I still have it from like 2011. Let me see if I can find it. Bear with me. So the original design I had for this, like Cable, it came about from random design source. So I based her on a design that I created based on a funny little thing that I saw in one of the Fleetway comic series. Wait, what? Where are you? Where's yeah, oh no, here she is. Here she is. Right. Here we go. Jesus. Yeah. So this is the old design. God. Wow, such a dated art style. Back then, I was using PaintShop Pro, and I didn't have a tablet at the time. So when I did my outlines, I basically did a thing where what is it? Yeah, I was using the selection tool, like doing this sort of thing, and then like filling in black once I had it. Anyways, this design was done. So in one of the Fleetway issues, there was like a creator corner, I guess. And someone posited a funny idea of like Sonic having, a girlfriend named Tanica the Hedgehog. I thought it was really funny, and so I sort of created my own idea based on that. So I designed this based on like a really rough mock-up that was presented, and then just created the whole new thing. And then later on, I did another redesign of the character, which was this one. So this one was done 2013. Actually, no. Actually, reading the description on my DeviantArt, this one here was done in 2006. Jesus. So this one is 2013, and then the one that we see down in the corner in my references, that was done in no. Where? Oh, yeah, here we are. This one was done in 2016. Actually, I should really study this because there's a lot of details I haven't properly incorporated. So she's got little cheek things. Yeah. But yeah, it's pretty significant history. This group of three, they're based on various design exercises. So this one is based on a thing that I sketched out based from Rafa for their video practice. This one is based on the Fleetway idea, and this one I'll talk about when I get to her. Starlight Does Arts. Hello, welcome. Thanks for popping in. Hope you're having a nice evening or day, whatever it is. But yeah, ever since I started incorporating them into my main timeline stuff, they've gotten a bit more significant character direction. So yeah, she's the purpose she serves. She's one of the spies from the Grand Kingdom who is trained under Antoine, well, the Expanse timeline version of him. She's a descendant of Sir Lancelot, the historical version of the character from Black Knight, and she is the ancestor of whatever this timeline version of Gold is going to be. He's funny. Pretty sure I had some other thoughts for her, but that's sort of stuff I'll build as I do the story a bit more. Bulk out the feet a little bit because I originally had like sort of wheels or something, but I might do like a hover sort of thing. I love Stitch, it's so good. Thank you. I appreciate that. Getting there. Might try not to spend too much time on the sketches. Like, feel like I've spent a bit more time on these than I probably should, but that's fine. It looks alright. Honestly, I'm just happy that I'm actually doing these at all, because I've been sort of struggling to get back into the groove of things for like a few months. There's a lot of stuff been going on, so I don't know, and it just feels like the longer you sort of spend away from doing something, especially with a thing like this where, you know, you kind of want a bit of consistency. I often find it hard to go back onto sort of larger scale projects like this, because I sort of feel in the back of my head like, oh, am I going to be able to make it look like I did when I was working on it, or it's going to be too different because I'm thinking differently. But I don't know. I realize that like even if things look a bit off, like I can always just go over them again and try to maintain some consistency. And overall, I'm just glad that I'm actually doing this at all. I have a lot of like projects that have dropped for that reason. And yeah, that's been alright so far. I might even just double check that one. Yes. That's cool. Actually, I probably should. I think that's probably where I've got a bit confused, because some of these sketches I think I had double layered over. So these ones, yeah, you're sure. I need to emphasize that Trip is especially tall here. Cool, cool, cool. I like that. No, I'm happy with that one. Just going back and sort of reappreciating the designs I've created a long time ago. Actually, now that I think about it, like 2016 is when I did these redesigns, so 9 years old. It's nearly 10 years old since I did these ones. Shadowcuras. Ah yes, I know that feeling. Doing a lot of characters but at different times and instances feels strange. Still looking good with all of them so far. Thank you. Yeah, yeah, it can be pretty tough. Yeah, it's a real shame because like if you go through my DeviantArt gallery, you'll see that there's a lot of projects that have a lot of characters in it that remain unfinished because I spend a lot of time. Like usually when I start something, it's like, whoa, I'm just banging them out one thing after another, bang 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 bang. But then I take a break, like a short break, like, you know, I'll take a day off, and then it ends up becoming a couple of months, and then I'm like, I try to revisit, and I'm like, I've forgotten how to do everything, and then that just ends up collecting dust forever. But I'm considering the amount of characters on this, I'm glad that I picked it up again, because such a waste. Silent Generations win. That'd be fun. Yeah. If anything, that's probably what I'm doing right now, because this is like a massive celebration of all the designing I've done over the past decade. Because, well, everything I've publicly posted, at least, there's still a lot that I've either never posted before, or, you know, I've mocked up in my head but have never drawn out before. By the end of this batch and the next batch, it'll be like 200 designs. So I'm pretty proud of where I've come from in that regard. I think I could consider Tanica sketch done. Happy with that. I was actually worried about how I'd go with these three, because I don't know. When I look at them, I'm like, they're cool, but I'm not super keen on them because they don't have a great deal of importance, but they're still kind of important. But yeah. Anyways, as I was saying about the body, the group that they're a part of, they formed in order to replicate the idea behind a hero team. So you got the power type, the speed type, and then she's more technical type, but she can incorporate flight because she's a brainy type, so she's kind of like Tails. She's a hound, and you know she contrasts him in that regard as well, like the fox and hound kind of theming. Even though these are a trio, and you know they've been trained up to be able to combat the likes of Knuckles and Sonic. Sienna is the only one who directly interacts with one of Team Sonic, so she and Tails develop a friendship slash rivalry. Actually, ironically, I've established her as well as the granddaughter of Sergeant Doberman, so I've sketched him out previously. Oh, here he is. Yeah, so Doberman. So he's, Sergeant Doberman's a minor character in Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, and I've ported him over here into Expanse as a gun general. So he is the leader of the AMS division of gun. So I've already sketched him, but I'll be doing his companions after I've finished her. But yeah, just a little thing where I've created a familiar relationship between Doberman and Sienna. Anyways, Sienna. She's a she's a funny one. Let me just pull up the character. One moment. This character is based very loosely on a character that appears in Ken Penders' Lara Sue Chronicles. Bear with me, I'm just trying to find the original image, or the my design. Where are you? Wait, no, legit, actually, where are you? Wait, did I put it in storage? No, I need that. Sorry, bear with me 1 second. Did I put her in storage? I think I might have. I'm gonna go into storage. What? Oh my god, what, really? For real? Oh, here it is. Stash storage. I can't access DeviantArt storage the same way anymore. Oh, Here we go. I'm relying on Google. Anyway, so it's this character that appeared in the Lara Chronicles. This one here, Agent Brownie, she's called. But a long time ago, I did a redesign to fit the Sonic universe. So this is the one I did, and I rebranded her as well, actually no, later on I repurposed the design. So with this setting, I've sort of kept it, even though it's like, you know, the Lara Chronicles is its own thing. I've sort of incorporated it as still maintaining the 25 years later sort of setting. So taking this basic idea, I've rewound it 25 years or so to make her a little kid. So she's younger, she's around Tails' age in this time period, and she's basically a brand new character. And I've redubbed her as Sienna de Bruyn, and yeah, she's quite the funny little thing. You do give a decent degree of spotlight to a lot of the characters you got put in all your stories. Yeah, even though like in the big picture, a lot of these are going to be minor characters, like secondary, maybe even background characters. I still give them all as much depth as I can. I'm very happy with how they all turned out. That's why I'm like, when I could compile them together like this, it feels more connected. Like a lot of all these designs are just designs that I've created, you know, just whenever I get a spur of inspiration. Yeah, all created independently, but seeing them all together with a sort of consistent sort of look, it's like, whoa, the world feels a bit more interconnected. And, you know, as I've talked a lot about each individual idea, usually I end up referring back to different ideas to show how they're all connected and stuff. I enjoy that sort of stuff, giving lore to characters even if they play a minor role. Yeah, it's fun. A lot of the ideas have been like as a result of taking something very, very minor and then just blowing up that idea into something else entirely. I hope that the stream will continue to be amazing, but I'm going to try and get some sleep. I hope you have a good day. Till the next stream. Yeah, no worries. Thanks for popping by. Have a nice sleep. And yeah, I'll try to stream a bit more because I really enjoy doing this. It's really helps me stay focused. Yeah, something I've mentioned a few times is like the idea of like pre-scheduling streams. That way I sort of feel obligated to actually have to stream. Because like, you know, if I know what days I have off, just pencil something in, and then, you know, knowing that it's there, I have to do it. But then I think if I do that, maybe I'm gonna grow to hate it. But I don't know. I think it might be a good idea. Oops. Now that can we expect a Mecha Sonic drawing anytime soon? Ooh, actually. Good question, because I do actually have something in mind for Mecha Sonic. Like the actual Sonic 3 Mecha Sonic in regards to Expanse, because in Expanse I don't really consider IDW like canon to my stuff, just so that I can have a bit more flexibility in what I do. So I don't do the whole scrapbook island thing with Megasonic, and I go a different direction for what I want to do with that character. So I have sketched something a little bit in the past, but haven't fully defined the idea as yet. But yeah, I you probably can. Yeah, maybe once I've finished all my sets, I'll go over that idea fully, because they are pretty substantial to what I want to do. Oh. Here. Wait, am I imagining things? What happened there? Oh. Oh, okay. Okay. I freaked out because I was like, I started questioning all the other messages that appeared beforehand. I was like, am I going crazy? That felt good. Just draw my human OCs instead. Less robot parts to deal with. Yeah, that's a pretty fair compromise. I will actually be drawing some humans very shortly because I've got like, Jesus, 1, 2, 3, 5 human characters that I'll be sketching out. So that'll be fun. I don't think like I've done a couple of human characters here. I got Stone, Catella. We've got the humanoid Mecha Robotnik and Junior Robotnik, but I don't have a lot of humans on this page, which is actually quite surprising considering how much of an emphasis I put on humanity. But yeah, I'll be drawing a couple of humans in a second. Oh yeah, the Zeddy. Yeah, I suppose I should consider them like an extension of that, considering the stuff I do with the Zeddy and my stuff. That's something I do want to do at some point, is designing... So, like in Expanse, I've established that the Zeddy are a mutation of some ancient humans. One second. I'll show you. Bear with me. Okay. Alright, anyways, thing I was gonna show. Silent Night, Sonic Expanse, lineups. Anyways, a couple of months ago I did this thing, just a simple little diagram timeline, family tree type thing, just with really simple character sketches that I could use to illustrate ideas. So I did something for the Black Arms and how they work in the context of the Expanse universe. I was going to do another one of those for the Zeddy and their history and how they connect to the Solomonic bloodline. So I had in mind that the Deadly Six, they are connected to the historical roots of the historical versions of the World Rings from Sonic and the Secret Rings. Each of the members, they correspond to a particular World Ring, and there's a human ancestor that comes from the founding of their particular tribes. So these particular humans, when I design them, they become the early Zeddy, and then the current Deadly Six, they're the descendants of those particular humans. But then there's a seventh family member who is the ancestor of King Solomon. So Solomon appears in the Secret Rings, and I establish more on his character in Expanse. And he's the holder of the White Ring, and he has descendants that go down to two particular bloodlines. So in the modern day, Wendy Witchcart is the descendant of one family branch, and the Duke of Soliana is the descendant of the other branch, so Elise is a part of that as well. Yeah, it's something I'll do eventually, but I don't know, I got a bit lazy. I think Sienna should be done. Actually, now that I think about it, most of the human stuff that I do is past era stuff. So, let's see. Okay, I've got a lot of humans here. This is 50 years ago. Maria's brother, Warren, he's human. This is an example of human to Zeddy transformation. A lot of humans in the 60 years ago cast, which is like the main thing that I want to work on. And then, obviously, the Primordials, they have more of a human-esque nature to their designs. A couple of humans here as well. I mean, Elise and Eggman. Yeah, they don't really count. Yeah, a lot of fun stuff there. It's very cute. Right, next character is... right, okay, so now onto the gun agents. Agent. Yeah, I'll go with G first. Now, these guys are kind of funny. They're, these guys are adaptations of G and Rogan from the House of the Dead series. In Expanse, I do a thing where I sort of incorporate as many Sega series as I can into it. Not outright incorporating them into the world, more adapting, say, for example, considering the Expanse version and alternate timeline of those series, on top of being the alternate timeline of like Sonic and like all the alternate continuities that I've incorporated as well. So I sort of treated with the same sort of thinking. One second, I'm trying to pull up references. But yeah, these guys are the ones who are with Doberman. They're the protagonists of House of the Dead, Rogan and G. But they're here, they're members of the AMS division of the GON. So they're the red suits, the red suited ones who appear 50 years ago. They're the ones who staged the attack on the Ark. So the AMS, they're more of a very secretive black ops type group. And they sort of work on their own, work with their own rules of sorts. I'm gonna work out what sort of style I'm going for here, though. Silent and Sega All-Stars Expanse. Yeah, something like that. So there's a lot of different things that I incorporate from other Sega stuff. So I do a lot with House of the Dead because I tie it into a lot of the secretive, underground science, conspiracy, dark government type stuff. So I have it heavily involved with like gun as well as space colony Ark related experiments and stuff like that. So I have them greatly tied to Warpnik, who is Warren Robotnik in Expanse. He is Maria's older brother. When Shadow Generations introduced the idea that Maria had a younger sister, it did make me pause for a minute, thinking, oh man, I've already done stuff like giving Maria a sibling, but at some stage I'll adapt that idea and like design Maria's sister as well for the purpose of Expanse, and then maybe have something where Warpnik interacts with her. Yeah, because Kyrian is tied to Warpnik. Yeah, come to think that the Violence is provided that very early on does have similar feel to the first House of Dead bosses. Yeah. That's cool that you remember that. Yeah, it's heavily tied to Kyrian in that regard. Yeah, the Biolid, it is pretty similar with the way it's got all that stuff like attached to it to keep it alive. Yeah, I'd like to go on a bit more about, because I would like to tie in stuff a bit more, because I have some other ideas. I've got like, for example, I want to do like Virtua Cop. I want to incorporate that as a bit more connected to gun and all that, as well as Streets of Rage. All the police-based stuff. I also had a big idea for expanding on the J6 from the Virtua Fighter series. So in the Virtual Fighter series, the J6 is made up of 6 global corporations, and they operate behind the scenes to, big conspiracy stuff. And I used that idea and made those 6 corporations, 6 different corporations that appear as villainous entities across different Sega series. So from Streets of Rage, I think it was the Robosai Corporation. From the Shinobi series, you got the Nakatomi Conglomerate. From Jet Set Radio, there was like the Rokaku Group. And 3 more. I don't know, off the top of my head I can't remember, but there were 6 different groups from different series that have got tied to some pretty hefty content, all particularly tied to future stuff. So I use them to sort of establish the time period between present day and 200 years in the future, and they play a significant role there. One of the biggest bits of Sega Universe incorporating is utilizing Golden Axe as a similar to the Black Knight. It's a historical point in time. So in the Golden Axe series, there's a country called Uria, which is where the series takes place, and I incorporate Uria as a location on Sonic's Earth. And so I use that and create a present-day period of Uria, which has pretty hefty importance in a lot of Grand Kingdom-related stuff. Actually, now that I think about it, where is it? I showed this the other day. Yeah, Uria takes up a huge chunk of this area. The locations and the positionings is actually based on the Camelot map in Black Knight. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, so you got Avalon in the middle there. You got the Grand Kingdom, or Camelot, up above it. And then the Highlands and the Dragon's Lair, that's where Uria and the Golden Axe stories take place. Yeah, that was a fun early idea that I had. Um, Expanse. Let me look up the references of gun uniforms because I have no idea. Gun Agent Sonic. So you've got pockets. Uh, let's see here. I had an eventful day today. My phone exploded. Holy shit, really? How'd that happen? If it wasn't in your pocket or something when it happened. Wasn't entirely literal, but it started making a buzzing noise and gave out when mid taking a screenshot. It didn't turn back on. Oh, okay. Nice. So is it completely bricked, or is it can you take it in for repairs? Yeah, it seems like it's under warranty, so I'm getting it replaced. It was not that shortly after I lost him. Oh, Jesus, really? Oof. At least it didn't physically explode, because that would have been shocking. I've heard horror stories about how, these things explode in people's pockets, like actually set on fire. So it's good that didn't happen to you. Oh, thank God it wasn't that, but I'm guessing it overheated because there's been a bit of heat wave in my area, and the work app we use just demands too much of my phone. Or it just straight up brick for some unknown reason. I'm glad I'm not dealing with heat at the moment. It's the peak of winter here, so I'm taking advantage of it. And I find I get a lot of creative inspiration when it's a lot colder, so I'm enjoying it as much as I can. overly conscious when drawing like humans in Sonic style, because like I do have like a style that I specifically draw for Sonic characters. Typically, when I do draw humans normally outside of this context, I usually draw like an anime sort of style. But like for example, this one's got a bit more. The original reference image has a slightly longer proportions, but with the consistent style that I normally do, I try to do a bit more of a cartoony sort of style to fit the tone of the series. The style that I sort of settled for was kind of an in between of like proper human proportions. Well, why am I getting lag? One second, my computer's lagging like crazy. I better save. Yeah, like proper human proportions / anime proportions, so kind of the Adventure 1 and 2 styled humans that they had, but also incorporating some of the cartoony elements. So with these two, this is probably the best example. So this is Pickle's assistant from Unleashed, and this is Sabrina. She's a minor NPC from Sonic 06. So to sort of mesh them together, I sort of tried to find an in-between sort of style, and I sort of consistently work with that kind of style from there on. So this is Francis, another NPC from Sonic 06. And then I've got other characters here like Agent Stone, Catella. Yeah, that's kind of the look I go for when it comes to Expanse. So with this one, I've just been trying to mesh the original look while trying to shift the proportions a little bit, make it a bit more cartoon-like, but still keeping the same tone as a character. Might play with the face a little bit more, but yeah, this is an AMS gun agent. So AMS is a group that's established in House of the Dead. That's the agency that these characters belong to, but I've used AMS as a means of differentiating the blue uniformed gun soldiers from the red ones that appear in Shadow the Hedgehog. I forgot to set myself as busy. Okay, that's one of them down. Won't spend too much time on it, but the general gist of things. So these two, they serve under General Doberman, and they might have a significant presence when it comes to like Shadow-related stories. Not sure if I'll still have them dealing with zombies and the like, but that might be kind of fun. It'd be kind of fun putting Shadow in a setting where he's fighting zombies, but yeah, we'll see. so much lag. Bit worried about that actually. So 4 characters done. Next one. Something I can get away with is instead of coming up with new poses for them, I just draw the same pose but like from a different angle. And I don't like that too. Ah, I hate. clear as much space as I can. Oh, okay. Silent, Let's Keep It Real, Sonic 3, or Mania? I have extremely fond memories of Sonic 3. I played a lot of Sonic 3 when I was a kid, but I don't think I played Sonic Mania as much. Like, I played it a couple of times, enough to actually do everything, but in terms of, you know, my emotional investment, I think I prefer Sonic 3. Also because, like, that's a lot of my early internet history revolved around making Sonic 3 sprite edits. So there's also that particular area of fondness for the Sonic 3 style. Mighty is in Mania, easy sweep for me. Yeah. Yeah, no, I have fondness for Sonic 3 as, like, you know, on top of the game being one I grew up with. It also introduces Knuckles and everything, and Angel Island. They're like very important concepts that I enjoy and do a lot with. Back when I was a kid, Knuckles used to actually be my absolute favorite character. You know, and then Shadow came along. Hypersonic, Necrosonic, Super Mechasonic 3 characters to play as. Put the full thing together, it's quite a game. Yeah. Necasonic's also very cool. I was mentioning before, earlier, Jadric asked if I was going to draw Mechasonic, and yeah, I will draw him at some stage because I have some ideas that I want to play around with for that particular character. So when I get around to finishing all these sketches and then starting to do newer designs, I'll visit that idea a bit more. Okay, I don't really want to spend much time on this, so I'm gonna consider that done. And then move on to the next ones. Yeah, that's G and Rogan of the AMS division. Now, these two characters that I'm doing next, actually I'm going to start getting rid of these. Operator Francis and Operator Terry. They are also gun-related members. These two actually appeared in a visual novel that I, started making a long time ago. That visual novel is like long gone now because the website that it was being created and hosted on went down, so all history of that is gone, but it was very Expanse canon adjacent, and these characters were introduced in there. So I might revisit the scenario at some point, but the characters still remain. Operator Francis here is actually a heavy expansion on a NPC that appears in Sonic 06. Francis. Sonic 06. She is actually affiliated with Gun. She's a member of the what is it? The analyst division or something. Yeah. This is a conventional. This model is used for like a few different NPCs, but this is one that stood out to me the most because she's one of the few gun-related characters that appear in the game. But yeah, I expand heavily on her character as a part of the Command HQ, so I've given her a blue shirt, similar to the Gun HQ NPCs. Shadow. I can find a picture. Oh, I can't. And yeah, Terry's got the same. Sonic sprites were like the saving grace of the early internet age. Sonic Battle, Lone Race Degeneration. Yes, I agree. I played the hell out of Sonic Battle. A lot of ideas that I got from it and still carry on. But yeah, early internet age from like 2001, 2000, till 2010s. They were the big spriting age, and yeah, that's where I started my whole internet identity. I would love to revisit sprites for a stream one day. I've talked about some things I want to do at some point, but yeah, it's very nostalgic. Actually, maybe one of the streams that I'll do in the next something in the near future is maybe do some of those, because it's coming on the 20-year anniversary of the sprite style that I created for the shadow sprites that I'm mostly known for. So who knows? 2 hours. I've published a fair bit so far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I'm determined to finish all of these before I finish stream, so still a fair bit to go. Might be another couple of hours. I do pretty currently use my Sienna de Expanse. I've done. Yeah. I mean, I'll probably use like characters and like references to the things, but I don't want to heavily focus on it because I really want the freedom to just do my own thing. So characters probably do appear, they probably do exist, but they're not as important as they would be here as they are over there, if that makes sense. I have a very clumsy method of drawing. Just keep whacking at it until it looks alright. Everyone done. No, I'm not gonna have enough space. Let's see, what can I do here? I'll squeeze them all together. Some of these have actually, well, yeah, this whole bottom row and these last couple are ones that I've done off stream, so I might go over some of the ideas that I've got for some of those guys. Will I have enough space? Let's see. Probably not. Well. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 more characters. Alright. Anyways, as I was saying before, these two, Terry and Francis, they appear in that old visual novel that I was very partly put together. In that story, it was focused on Shadow. Very canon adjacent. It was him working for a gun, and in between like field ops, he's doing menial administrative type stuff. So he interacts a lot with these two in particular, and they're fun characters to work with. This guy here, Terry, he is my expansion on the yellow shadow android idea. So after the events of Shadow 05, they managed to find a lot of discarded shadow androids, and they end up repurposing this one in particular, and they take away all of its combat functions, and it pretty much becomes an analyst android. So it works alongside Francis in the command HQ, and Shadow has a lot of one-sided animosity towards it. The personality of this guy is very unique because he's doesn't no longer has the same purpose he was created for, so he's kind of got some identity issues. But he's very very docile, very peaceful. But Shadow is like aggressive towards him. He's ironically very similar to the characterization of Taurus. I didn't think about it at the time when I created him, but yeah, I'll still keep them both as is. I'm gonna do it that way because I did not do those two on stream, and they're kind of just loose ideas that I have not posted anywhere yet, so I'm gonna leave them out of it for now and then put them elsewhere. At least this way it's like a proper celebration of the designs I have done instead of ones that are like new and yeah. Yeah, that looks fine as is. Okay. Stretch. Alright, a few more humans. Right, so this character that I'm doing now is Sabrina. Let's see what the reference of her. This is her here, but she's based on this NPC from Sonic 06. Very minor character that appears in one of the town missions for Shadow. She's the daughter of Lord Regis, who's like, I guess, the mayor of Soliana, and he's was known to be a close friend of the Duke of Soliana. So I just elaborated on her having a bit more importance because of that, because I do a bit with Lord Regis in Sonic Expanse. 1 second. More particularly in the past, because I have so that's Lord Regis there, 50 years ago, and that's the Duke of Soliana. So they're good friends even that far back. This is him in Sonic 06. So he's a funny little top hat and monocle. But yeah, I elaborate on him a bit more because since I give a lot of expansion on the Duke of Soliana and his past, Lord Regis is a part of that. And in Expanse, present-day Expanse itself, I detail out his daughter as an important member, so she's someone who knows Elise personally. And another thing that I've done is establish that Professor Pickle's assistant from Sonic Unleashed is her older brother, so he is also the son of Lord Regis. And in Expanse, I do a thing where I sort of push towards shipping him and Elise in particular, so they know each other. Yeah. No, not the witch. Yeah, the NPC. So that's what I'm drawing right now. I'm gonna draw her and him, and I emphasize their sibling relationship a bit more because I featured him quite closely with Elise, who's been cut off there, but Ah, my computer's acting like crazy for some reason. Hit save. Definitely should save. Chugging. Yeah, I think my computer is like dying somehow. Much apologies. Oh, yeah. steadily getting through them. Right, a pair of siblings that aren't siblings in canon, but they are siblings in Expanse because I've mashed them all together. Silly Kai, hi, welcome. Popping in, hope you're doing well. Not so much. Right, last batch, which is these 4. Let's see if I can squeeze all 4 of them in this little space here. Right, last 4. Gonna call it a night. Peace out and rock on. No worries. Thanks for hanging out. Have a nice night. Wow, my neck. I'm gonna try to smash out these last 4 as quick as I can. These 4 were created as a bit of a joke, really. Based on the idea of the part in Sonic Adventure 2 when Shadow realizes who Rouge is. Like, I can't remember the exact dialogue, but more or less he's pieced together that she's, you know, that Rouge the Bat, and that she's, you know, that world famous spy and all that. But the joke being that, like, he's known that she's Rouge the Bat this whole time, but, you know, didn't piece together these bits of information. So it's like, I've made these 4 as like a reasoning that, you know, Rouge the Bat is quite a common name, so it was easy for him to not really put 2 and 2 together to work out that this was that Rouge the Bat. So all 4 of these, they are known as Rouge the Bat, but they're all very, very distinct characters. More recently, I've well, actually, just early on, because I was trying to justify, you know, still using them, because unlike most of the characters that I work with, they're all mostly derivative of existing ideas, but I've had some new ideas for these guys that I will start to incorporate a bit more for their characters. Yeah. I'm going to try to do it in a way where I can conserve as much space as possible. So, I'll maybe... Just might give her... I may as well just reuse the whole pose as is. Anyways, this particular character, the old lady Rouge the Bat, she is. What is her profile? Let's see here. What does it say? Rouge the Bat is an 82-year-old retired singer and actress, formerly of West Side Island, now residing in the quiet country of Abertois. 50 years ago, she was a world-renowned celebrity, acting out in several movies, stage productions, and concerts. At the peak of her career, she was loved by all, especially by human folk, when she supported and performed for GUN troops before they were deployed. Not long after, as a result of a military insurgence, many children were left orphaned without homes. Rouge put her career aside to volunteer with relief work, temporarily taking in a young human boy who lost his family in the disaster. She took care of him for a few months until a new family was assigned to him. In the present day, she still keeps in touch with the boy through letters, who has grown up since to become the leader of the soldiers she once performed for. So she's a neat little character. She's after the events of the Ark raid, she took in young Abraham Tower for a period of time and supported him after his family were killed. And she still keeps tabs on him. Very sweet old lady. In between time, though, I've established her to have become the wife of one of the characters from Sonic Underground. Well, whenever I get around to redesigning him for Expanse purposes, this guy, Belloc. So she'll be connected to him in that regard. This will justify me having her still. Map out all four so I can... Almost there. Almost there. Right. Okay, the thing I've been poking at, inking on and off today and yesterday is now done. Or mostly done. Face is still needing. Nice. That's cool. Yeah. I get really impatient. If something takes more than a couple of hours to do, I lose focus and get distracted from it. But yeah, I think that's mostly done. I'm gonna start just darkening some of the sketches. So what I'll do is like that. As I think that's what I used to do. just shy of 100%. Pretty happy with how that turned out. So these are the characters I sketched out today in the past 4 hours. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13 characters. Not too bad. Very fun getting back to the swing of things. Cable, Sienna, Ginny, Rogan, Francis, Terry, Sabrina, Quentin, Rouge, and Rouge. Yeah, pretty happy with how that turned out. I'm probably going to leave it there because I'm pretty tired, but I'm going to do more like this. I'm just going to fill in with whites, and then I'll share them, and then I'll sort of keep this in the background for whenever I feel like doing a rendering of a character here and there. And then once I've for the next stream, it's very likely I will start to work on the next batch of sketches, which is all these ones here. Well, I'll probably alternate between what I want to do for my next stream, but this is something I will work on at some point. But I think that will be a good place to call it. I'm very happy to finally get this done after so many months. And yeah, that's pretty much all the designs I've got for present day. Very cool. Even these ones here that I wasn't too sure of. Same with these ones here. Yes, Lost Impact. I'm just hanging for a couple of minutes so I can tick over the 4 hours, but otherwise, thank you all for hanging out. It was a nice time getting through all of these, and just do it really roughly like this. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. Until next time, which might be sometime later this week. I've got a bit more extra time around then, so yeah. Probably not tomorrow, but the next day and the day after I have got free, so. Yeah, anyways, I'm going to end it there. Thanks again, everyone. Until next time.